Okay, there we go. So we got the work stuff done. But yeah, I must have misclicked, but it's good to know we do have pet insurance at Get Kraken, which is cool. I don't have a pet right now, but you know, wouldn't mind getting one. I do really want to get another cat. It would just feel really bad for like when I have to travel because I don't have anyone that would take care of it. Like when I'm out of state. And I know cats are pretty self-sufficient. Like if I got an automatic feeder and like an automatic water thing and an automatic cat litter box, like, you know, it could probably work out. I don't know. Like, what's the longest you would leave a cat? If it did have like all of the all that stuff automated. 4, maybe 5 days. I feel like 3 is almost too much even. Sorry, that fingernail was way too long. Um, I've had outdoor cats before. Um, yeah, they live to like 19, like old cats. All right, so we ended up getting those values. These values are the ones I kind of care about now. So yeah, total payments per day, total transactions per day, and yeah, we'd probably want to do it at like an hourly, daily. I don't know if we need to go weekly. So maybe today, past 7 days. Those are like the those are like the two big ones we would care about. Maybe this month. I think that works. Need a camera to make sure the automatic feeder works. Well, I'd probably be doing the automatic feeder like at all times anyway. Just like automate the time of day that it like spits out new food. So then the cat would be used to like a schedule anyway, so it's fine. Water is the biggest one I'd care about the most. Just making sure that they got like fresh water and enough of it. Yeah, I don't know. If it will break. Yeah, yeah, that's a good point. And I do have cameras set up, so that would be fine. All right, so yeah, we're good there. Got my work Slack just chilling if needed. Yeah, so let's do this. That part's fine. All right, so balance payments. This is kind of where we left off. The balance we already have. Quaternary key is actually what we care about here. Yeah, so this will be, well, we could sort these because sort is something that will mutate. So balance payments dot sort. which they should have been sorted by anyway. Oh, wait, we've got day.js in there already. So what we want to do then is... we could do this naively and just get all of the payments from today, but that's going to be a larger payload than we probably want. Right, especially as, like, like a business actually takes off. We'll just do this. Today's payments. Sure. What's up, Gravox? How you doing? Yeah, what kind of content were you doing? And yeah, I don't even think I follow you yet. So there we go. Christmas aesthetic time. Well, I think I'm doing it. There we go. But yeah, Merry Christmas. Like, what were you up to on your stream? Playing a game called Tiny Glade. What is Tiny Glade? This isn't a game, it's therapy. Oh, this looks nice. Oh, wow, it's like really customizable. Hmm. Oh, you do a lot of web dev on your stream. Nice. What kind of web dev have you been doing lately? They built the game from scratch in Rust. Nice. Do you know what framework they ended up using? Ladeladel. We got it done. We found it. We figured it out. It was a good one. And I needed some help. No, this is cool. It's mostly Bevy. And is there any like major objective, or is it just, build out a cool area? You're at 200 guesses by now already? Oof. No spoilers there, One Plane. Just building, no real goals. Sorry, One Plane. I'll just, we don't want to ruin someone's fun. Personal website with Astro? Nice. Oh, that's what you meant. So you got it. You were at rank 200. Okay, got it. Yeah, well done. Okay. Yeah, my bad. I just didn't want to spoil it for you if you were still working on it. Like, I thought you were saying you're at 200 guesses so far. Working on more content ideas? I mean, yeah, just build stuff, chat, hang out with your stream. Oh, that's what you're saying, Ladeladel. So you didn't get it yet. Okay. So you're 34 guesses in, your rank is 200. Okay. Oh, you're saying your word, the closest you've gotten is 200. Etymology, got it. Do you want hints? Totally up to you if you don't want any hints. It'll be a really vague hint. And then I can get more specific as you need it. Okay, it's a verb. Right? Like, really vague hint. But that does kind of like, hopefully it helps you nail it down a bit. Or that's the way that we got there. The word could be a noun, could be a verb. But verbs were how we got there. Yeah, no, this is cool. This seems very cathartic. Yeah, that's awesome. But yeah, I just gave you a follow there, Greyvox. Let me see. I just want to look at your stream real quick. Okay, so you do like the VTuber thing? Yeah, no worries, Ladeladel. Have a good one. Oh, it's ladle ladle. PNG tuber kind of thing. Yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah, that's awesome. So I would say one big thing. What kind of music you got going? Half of the people here are here just for my music. Yeah. I got a really good synthwave collection. Hey, exactly, Raimu. Yeah, 70 months of smooth grooves. Dude, yeah, Raimu, appreciate you. And yeah, I would say Greyvox. Like, take a look at how L colon Q does their like VTuber stuff. Like, I'd say check out some of the other streamers that do like the VTuber or PNG tuber thing, like here in the category. Because there's something they're doing. I will say it's harder to build an audience that way. People like to have a face to connect with, but I totally understand not wanting to do that. I guess here's the biggest thing. Make sure that you're actually like vocalizing what you're doing as you're doing it. Like, I'm doing this for blank reason. I'm doing this, blah, blah, blah. Here's what I'm thinking, you know? Right? Like, clue people into like your thought process, not just, like the interaction part. Like, talk as if there are people there, even if you don't have anyone watching, you know? Again, I haven't watched your stream. Maybe you already do that. That is one thing that I think new people to this category definitely like mess up. That's a good point there, Code Drift. Yeah. The interactivity part. So yeah, like have a way for people to put like a fancy hat on you, or I don't know, things like that. Right? Like try and build some interactions. Yeah, that's a big thing. You can't get too into the zone. Right? Because if people just wanted to watch something without hearing it, they could throw on any number of just ASMR YouTube videos or something, right? So what you might try and do is maybe get like not a VTuber, like a Pomodoro thing going, like Bash Bunny. I don't know if you're familiar with her streams. She does a really good job of, for 20 minutes, she might not even look at chat, but then after that 20 minutes, the 10-minute thing, bam, right? Like, it's time to chat, let's hang out, like, let's be cool. Have that as part of a visual so that when people get into your stream, they know immediately, like, yes, you're in focus mode, but you're going to be chatting here. And when that timer ticks down, you're good about it, I don't know. These are just random things to try. Totally up to you. Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, she also doesn't stream enough, sadly. Kids these days and having social lives or something. I don't get it. It's weird. Back in my day, nerds were antisocial and we liked it. What's up, Alan? Ooh, Alan, that thing you posted was amazing, by the way. Hold on. Alan posted something truly amazing for us. Now I gotta find it. Yeah, Keanu.codes. Oh my god, Alan, this is so good. More amazing than hips. Right? Do you need placeholder? Sorry. Do you need to understand and figure out which status code you should be returning from your API endpoint? Keanu can help. All right, switching protocols, processing. Okay for the thumbs up. Hell yeah. Yep. 206 partial content, solid. 205 reset content, not bad. Moved permanently is not bad. Multiple choices, pretty solid. Hold on, the 404. Not found? Nice. That's a good one right there. Length required's a good one. Dude, some of these are really good. Yeah, solid. There's always, right, http.cat. And, yeah, http.cat, http.dog is another one. I think there's http.goat. No. httpgoats.com. Is this the one that has a list of all the others at the bottom? No. Yeah. But yeah, genius. Genius. All right, so today's payments we will have as an array. What we also want to do then maybe is Maybe it's just today. And yeah, what's up to the sky? How you doing? I just realized I didn't pop out my YouTube chat, so I would have missed some comments. Luckily, none yet. Yeah, turbo to avoid all the ads. Super good. How's the YouTube streaming going? It's getting better. Like, past couple days, I've gotten like 20 hours of view hours. You know, I'm not the primogen here, but I'm at 3876 public watch hours on YouTube. If I can hit that 4K, I'll get like full partner, which would be a whole lot cooler if I did. Yeah. So yeah, today's payments. I've been streaming for like 6 years. Do you mean to YouTube? To YouTube, I've been doing it like a year and a half. There you go, Alan. Alternate universe, Alan. Overall, yeah, 6 years. Technically 6.5, because I started in like June or something like that. Yeah, June. Hey, Alan, so you streamed 50 times this year? That's awesome. Hell yeah. Pretty sure mine was up above 200. I forget the exact number. Man, when did they send it out? I get way too many of these notifications in my filtered inbox. I feel like it was like a week ago or something. Like the file structure of what, Moose? Because yeah, this is a like a fairly large mono repo. Just want to see this number real quick. Because I streamed way too much. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I saved it to my desktop. Oh, there's a banner link in Creator Dashboard. Oh, that's something I could look at, I bet. Hold on. There we go. Distinct days streamed, 250. We were so close to 69,420 on the total hours watched. We were so close. So there's our stack currently right now there, Moose. How close am I to top days streamed streamer? I'm sure there's people that are basically every day. I don't know. I don't think I saw anything that ranked me based on that. Unless it was in there and I just didn't notice. Oh, for this category? Yeah. Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah. Do you know of any place to check that? Is that something Sully Gnome would do? He doesn't stream in software and game dev every day, though. Like, he definitely wins on watch time, right? 10 million hours just, wow. I think that's his, like, total stream hours, though. Not just in this category, but maybe. I think this is just his total number, though. So, yeah, Prime's hitting close to 1 million a year. Oh, this is saying I got 88,000 watch hours in the year. Which is cool. Wait, it still says mature? I thought I turned off the mature tag. Did they turn it back on for me? Yeah, audience everyone. We're no longer doing the branded content, so that's good. Yeah, now I'm immature. Exactly. Oh, we could sort by stream hours. Team Vash. Isn't there like a conspiracy theory that Team Vash is actually like artificial? I don't know, right? Like, it's probably a joke. I just didn't catch it. But yeah, no, there's plenty of streamers that stream more hours than me. They don't really show the days though. Like non streams more hours than me in this category. I did do a bunch of traveling though. I did do a bunch of traveling. But yeah, I don't know. Interesting stuff. Let's get back to work. All right, so I'm not entirely stoked on this endpoint, but I do kind of want to like get it and see a graph of it. I want to see like how much data is even like sent over the wire with it. But yeah, so we get that endpoint going. Oh, I closed that down. So yeah, local host 5173, which we need to get back up and running. All right, so we get to this details page. Here in the dashboard, balance details. We could do the gradient stops. So then, yeah, series. Yeah, let's fetch the data first. We haven't set up our service for fetching that. All right, so get quota usage stats. Get balance payment stats. What's up, going? How you doing? Yeah, I don't know about that. Account created 12 minutes ago and something not really that okay as your name. Pretty questionable. We'll just call it monthly for now, but I probably want to change that name. All right, we'll probably put that outside the whole row, actually. Oh, no, we won't. Oh, no, I see. Wrong thing. Yeah, this goes outside the whole row. Thanks, Hybrid. All right, so okay. So then here we just want to do this. All right, so format balance currency takes in the amount and then the config. Label and suffixed. Yeah, so what we end up probably wanting to do is bucket these values in some way. We're doing a line chart right now. But we probably want to just figure out a better way to... Right, we should just be grouping the data at the server level, right? Hmm. Yeah, we just need to group these up at the server level. All right, so we do a filter for all of the things within the same day. We could do a reduce. So we'll do it as string number. I'd say Super Maven nailed it on that reduce. So then we today's payments map by hours. Sure, why not? Just make it easier to read later. So that we do that. Date becomes key, amount becomes value. We might not have two sorted available, so yep. Today's payments dot sort. That's right. And we're doing it to a string of hours. I think we want to do it as a bar graph instead of a line graph. Then here, yeah, the way we're sorting, we know they're not going to match, so we don't need to worry about the 0. I'm not sure that's the right order, though. Do I want it to be greater than? I think we're good. All right, so then for monthly payments, we kind of want to do a similar thing where we reduce it down to the date. All right, and then MM there, it's actually going to be mm/dd. And I just realized, I don't think I had thought about this before, but there's a major reason for doing our date format the way we do here in the US, where it's month first. Because at least within the year, they are sortable as a string. Only if you're doing 01, though. If you're just doing like the number 1, then it isn't. So yeah, I don't know. Probably not intended, just happy coincidence. The biggest thing is actually the scope, right? Like the order of magnitude of the numbers, right? So months, there's only 12. Days, there could be 30. Years, a much bigger number. So I think that was probably the choice. But maybe there wasn't a rhyme or a reason to it. Maybe they just did it. I don't know. So yeah, hold on. We can get rid of that, though. And we'll call it month. Do the 2-factor. uh, yeah, hold on. The way we're doing that is a little off. But it's still going to be the $sign. That's right. Because that's what we set as the currency label. Hey, what's up, Crusetto? How you doing? Yeah, for sure. Yep. Yeah, we finally did our big refactor of like the idea between quotas and balances, right? And having multiple per organization, etc. So yeah, that was like the big refactor or pivot. And now we're working on some of the graphing stuff, right? Because, yeah, any good, you know, any good software as a service has decent reporting stuff, right? Yeah, Cressetto, not sure if you saw, we ended up winning that Solid JS hackathon, which is pretty cool. And yeah, Space Case 210 stream streak. Hell yeah. What's up, Candace? How you doing? All right, so we're not going to do gradient. I'm doing well. Yeah, exactly, Cressetto. Yeah, I'm stoked on it. All right, so instead of line chart, I think we're turning this into a bar chart. I'm doing well, Candace. Doing well. I have to hop into a whiskey. All right, so converting it to a bar chart worked pretty well. Okay, yeah, I kind of like that. All right, so then here in this section, That was the end of that album. Let me get another one going. Okay, so we do that, and then we'll do another for this month. Okay, so this almost seems like a flaw because our payments should go back further. So it's almost in like how we're doing something. Right, at least keep the sizing and spacing somewhat accurate. How do we feel about it, right? Like, would we rather see this data as a line graph? Like, anyone out there got a preference? Hold on 1 second. Yeah, I don't know. Does anyone have a preference on the type of graph this should be? And yeah, I think I want to fiddle with the fixture data that we're generating, which I seem to have closed that editor. Yeah, so quotas, we actually did a fair bit. Creating transactional balance events for account. All right, so how many seconds are in a month? Uh, 2 million. And you know what? Yeah, let's do this. We'll do some day.js. We'll do 6 months. All right, because I want to see this with a lot of data. So hold on. Is there a day.js? Nah. Let me think about this. Hold on. So we'll leave that. We'll just put a const at the top for now. Seconds in a day we can let be. All right, so this paid at value. Let's just do it for 3 months. I think the math.round is not actually necessary. Yeah, no, we'll still do it that way. So then, yeah, the paid at value is sometime within the past 3 months. Payment amount looks okay. Yeah, we want users without any usage, just to be sure. We create the account balance. Wait, so paid at. What the hell is paid at? Oh, right here. Yeah, we only have... that's right. Okay, so hold on. We currently only have one payment per account. So that payment happens sometimes within the past 3 months. That's right. Okay. So the amount of accounts we create, I probably want to increase. But then the transaction count, yeah, okay. So yeah, payments are going to be a lower value inherently. But I think I want to just create more... I think I want to create more accounts then. And hey, Danny boy, been a little bit. How you doing? I missed a follow. Zyre, thank you. And Ladle, I missed that follow. I'm sorry. Thank you. Ladle. We made it out of clay. But yeah, Danny boy, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. Right, so we only created 22 accounts. Let's do... 200. And then, yeah, transactions per account. Yeah, and then we time out. Okay, this one actually says it timed out, though. Okay. Hold on, we skip this song. Default value. All right, so yeah, over in... Do I have like a dev architect thing? Yeah, so there's no way that timeout's accurate, because that was not 900 seconds. Interesting. So we're even setting timeout. Oh, I know what it is. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. I don't think the endpoint is actually timing out. I think that's the issue. I believe it's how we're running this, right? So run fixtures, scaffold, TS node, scripts, generate fixtures. All right, so yeah, this should actually run and complete. How quickly is kind of up in the air, but it shouldn't time out on us anymore. I know, right? It's a fair bit of account quotas created. And I don't think I have any good log values for the part after that. Like, they're not happening quick enough. So inside of like the transactional endpoint, or not endpoint, but function, I should probably be noting something. Now, that does seem like a long time for it not to show us anything. We got a code helper chewing up everything. Or what extension that might have been. Now, node chewing up a whole core. Yeah, no, that seems about right. We haven't seen a single other log statement, though. That does seem off. We may have to increase node's RAM limit. Hmm. Because, yeah, it seems like maybe it's thrashing at the moment. What the hell is chewing up all my RAM, though? 43 gigs. That looks off to me. Wow, we still haven't gotten a single other log statement. Let me look at the script. All right, so we do account quota created. We did not see quota usage created. Like a single one of those, right? So that's an issue. That is kind of a lot of usage for a lot of accounts. Oh, and then it failed. That timeout should not have happened, though, because we weren't sitting here 15 minutes. Hold on, so that's milliseconds. All right, so hold on. I'm wondering if we need to create or increase nodes max heap or whatever. Marwan? I don't know. That's up to you. All right, so we should be able to see node start to chew up 4 gigs instead of the 2 gigs. No, it's actually just that we're doing a lot of data. Right, this is basically a script for generating all of these things for our mock data, and we're trying to test it with a lot of data. But we're using Dynamo, so we have to like insert it instead of just being able to do like a SQL dump. So yeah, we're expecting like this much data. Ah, we do see a failure there. What is that failure? A timeout. Because it now no longer seems to be obeying our timeout. Yeah, I maxed it out. Yeah, for sure, Mr. Elfman. Like, yep. Smack Mini needs to last another 10 years. 16 gig M1. Yeah, I was on a 16 gig like Intel 2014 Mac Mini. 64. All right, we went here and we cranked all of this. Except for SSD, because I'm not made of money. Yeah, I understand that, Mr. Elfman. But still, it was 16 gigs back then. Yeah, see, some memory leaks don't matter. No big deal. Everyone should have this. Duh. Well, let me get more music. Basically, RAM follows the rule. If you don't use it, you lose it. I'm Richie Rich? No, not really. Like, yes, I understand that's an expensive Mac Mini, but also the last one I had lasted me 10 years. I'm expecting 10 years out of this one too. At that point, 240 bucks a year is pretty good. The OS will stagnate, Apple will lock it in. Again, GJ, I got 10 years out of the last one. I'll get 10 years out of this one too. I'm okay with the OS stagnating. I don't need Apple intelligence bullshit. I was on a stagnant version of Mac OS prior to this, and it was fine. Will the latest OS even install on it in 10 years? No. The latest OS didn't install on the one I had before this. Yeah, it'll totally work. Yeah, I forget what version I was on with my old one. Like the latest I got to, I don't know. Yeah, I was at least like 2 or 3 versions out of date. It still worked fine. But yeah, so here's what we could end up doing. we've got these queues. Fixture account. Account balances. Fixture account quotas, and we'll call those good. All right, so that goes and breaks a bunch of stuff for us. What we can do is then right, reconcile business here, right? We're going to queue some stuff up. So for a business, we do our scheduled event. It fires off the business reconciliation, and then it fires off a business account reconciliation. When we get to the reconcile business account, well, I don't see where we're actually pushing it to the queue. Let me double check this. Ooh, those services endpoints may not even be necessary. Yeah, so basically we just want to publish an event to the queue, and we can just pass the business ID and the account ID. Well, I think a big thing we're running into is that for each individual like Lambda, it's spinning up its own node process, and we're running into memory constraints within each process. And we're probably running into timeout constraints for our HTTP requests and things like that. So instead, if we farm it out to a queue, which is how we'd end up doing it in production as well, right? Even though we're never going to be doing fixture data in production, our account reconciliation would be that way. So we could use like the same mechanism and just test that locally and make sure. So I believe we're just running into like per node process limitations. Because of the way Architect works, it's going to spin up a new node process for every endpoint that spins up as well. So then we can get around the per like process limitations. We may run into too many processes running, but I believe they've got some like limits as far as the concurrency there that I don't think we'll have too much of a problem here on our machine. But we'll find out. Like, I bought a really nice Mac Mini. We should probably put it to the test. Why not? Now, the data that it's failing with, it's only failing with that data because of the numbers that we cranked things up to. But we need to actually test this with realistic numbers. I've run into that too many times in my career where someone tells you there's only going to be 100 of something, so you design towards that, and then it turns out there's 1,000, and the solution you have is not good for 1,000 because you weren't given proper requirements. So instead, we have to write code towards realistic requirements. So we were only doing like 22 accounts or something like that. Instead, we should test it with thousands of accounts because that's how our customers are going to need to test it too. Whether that works locally, well, that's a different situation. But yeah, I think this is the main thing we're going to do then. That's literally the code that you're seeing right now. arc.queues.publish. Yes, that's literally what you're seeing right now. I'm just thinking about the way I want to build that out now. That's fine. It was on screen the whole time you've been asking. So yeah, we want to grab what is in our fixtures endpoint. Let's look at these functions that we got. I think breaking it out to the account level is the right way to go. Business ID and account ID and quota ID are three things we need to pass on the payload to the queue. Within that queue, we're going to have to fetch the account anyway, though. That part's fine. So yeah, let's just grab this whole function. How are we typing that over here? We just called it any. Yeah. It's not ideal, but yeah, we can just do any. So business ID, quota ID, and account ID. Sure, we can do that. I don't think that log's necessary. We do need, we don't need arc.tables. Oh, we do need arc.tables. All right, so we got to bring in architect. We don't need the businesses table. What's up, Saber? It's all right. We're not a bank, we're a ledger, okay? Oh, this is the wrong thing. We wanted count schema. Oh, and Devil's Eye, thank you for the Prime sub. Like, I wasn't bummed. Sorry, like, you didn't have to sub. Maybe it was just to get rid of the ads. I can understand that. But, yeah, no, you were totally good. Yeah. Sorry, I just thought it was funny. It was like it was just right there, like it's like that South Park episode. Like, why won't it read? Like I don't know. No, I don't mean that in a harsh way. Sorry. All right, so we got the account now. We don't need to do that check. Oh, and you know what? Hold on. Now we just need to pass the request, the account. We do have to pass the quota. We don't actually. We definitely don't. It's just the quota ID. But yeah, we can't do the rec.tables thing. Yeah, that's the one annoying part here. That's what we'll do. Okay, so instead of the request coming into here, right, we got the account, the quota ID, and then from there, we need the account quota table. Quota usage table. And that's it. Yeah, and instead of data store, this is create data wrapper. I think it's return type instead. Yeah. Okay, so theoretically, we get this to work. So now that we have the accounts created, right, this is where we start farming stuff out. And instead of that, we map publish, I believe. We don't know if that's a promise because Arc is really bad about that. But we know that the thing has been created at this point. So let me just go and make this other one at least build for now here in balances. It's not going to do anything. But if we just do any, then we should at least get this to run. right? Like if we scroll way up, we can see that, yep, we're logging that out. Service, create, account, quota, boom. Yep. So we see that firing at least. We can assume that it's probably good. We do end up getting some network reset stuff, though. So econ refused. This is just a local abstraction problem. And so hold on, the 5555, that's Dynalite. So for everyone unaware, Dynalite is a local Dynamo simulator, maybe emulator. But it's just, yeah, it's API compatible with Dynamo, but it's running locally. And it seems to have some concurrency issues. So we've run into this issue before. Now, if we go back to queues here in Architect, is there something else I can pass to it, like a concurrency limit? It seems to me like the concurrency limit here is purely for AWS. It's going well, 2-bit. Yeah, we're just running into some like scaling issues that we wouldn't have in production, but we do have locally. And what's up, Crow? Like, I'm almost just certain this is a Dynalite problem. I mean, you can put notes anywhere you want, Crow. Like, what do you want to do with them? That's fine, but like, what do you want to do with them? That's the important part. How are you going to consume them, though? Like, normally, if you're putting something in a database, you need to read it from that database into maybe an app you're building or something, right? If not, I would not recommend using something like MySQL Explorer or any of like those like database tools to read it. That would be weird. in an app, then yeah, that's where you'd put it. Not quite, Jimmich. I think so. Number one, both of those things are about invoicing your users and things like that. I think Hyperline is a little closer. It's been a little bit. Yeah, see, so like invoicing is not something I want to do at all. Like, the better way to think about it is I want to build out infrastructure that solves the same kind of niche as like auth infrastructure, in that anytime you're building that out, you're not building your actual product. So yes, like this is very similar, but how you invoice someone, I'm not even worried about that part. I'm worried about just the balance of the thing that you're doing, or the quota of the thing that you're doing. The original use case was, yes, right? Basically a Lago or Hyperline competitor, but prepaid instead of invoiced. So the prepaid balance could work, and I believe Hyperline does support prepay, but I don't even, like, I'm not touching payment providers at all. I'm not touching that. Instead, I'm just building out the infrastructure so you can have a ledger to deal with, virtual currencies and things like that. So Jimmich, one prime example is, think about League of Legends. Maybe you don't play it, but I can describe it. In League of Legends, you have two virtual currencies, blue crystals and red crystals. Red crystals, you can use money to buy more of. Blue crystals, you award to a player as they play the game, right? Blue crystals you use on the cosmetic store, or no, not on the cosmetic store, on like the champ store to like buy new characters or do some other BS. Red crystals you use for cosmetics, like skins or things like that, right? So the idea is, how do you keep track of that balance? How do you make sure the user has enough credits for that? We can save people the effort of managing that system themselves, and we can be on the hook for the uptime of such a system. Does that make more sense? So yes, there may be some overlap. There is definitely a Venn diagram between what I do versus what Hyperline does, but I think they're trying to take the payment part, whereas like I'm not even touching the payment part. You do the payment through whatever the hell you want. I don't give a shit. You just let me know when that payment succeeds, and I will add to their balance. All right, and then I'm just responsible for making sure that they're not going over that balance, right? Or we can even let them get overdrafted. And then, up to a point after overdrafting, you start cutting off service. So think like DigitalOcean and their balance system. We can solve that problem. That was the original idea, taking DigitalOcean's billing system and making it a service. But I have pivoted away from actually touching payments whatsoever. And then similar to balances, like we just described, there's also maybe the idea of a quota. So then quota is, think of Vercel, right? You get a terabyte worth of bandwidth on the free tier for Vercel. Once they hit that limit, like a customer gets cut off or you turn off their service or something. If they're a paid customer, well, yeah, you give them free X amount of whatever. And then after that, you have their overage that you're going to bill them for, but that's totally up to you. Right? Like, I'm not caring about any of that part. All I'm caring about is the management of the system, right? Being able to give you some reporting on that system that is very much specific to like the transactions we're managing, not the transactions that PayPal manages. But right now you do kind of see that for payments with a currency, well, yeah, we're going to need to track that in some way. It just so happens for this one, our formatting is dollars, but it could easily be some other thing, some other value. So payments here is not necessarily a dollar amount. This is just the increase to their balance rather than the decrease to that balance. For the most part, we're just running a ledger as a system. How am I making it cross-platform? I'm not sure what you mean, Marwins. It's just an API. So any platform that can call the API via HTTP can do all that. I'll eventually do SDKs, but we can generate those SDKs from the API, basically. So yeah, Jimich, the fact that you are aware of Hyperline and Lago, what do you think? Does it sound like a viable thing I'm building? And the answer, no, is totally fine. I can disagree, but I'm just curious what you think about it too. Did I use Hyperline as a customer first? No. Hyperline, as far as I know, didn't exist when I first came up with this idea of abstracting out DigitalOcean's balance as a service. Lago, I think maybe Lago was in YC when I came up with the idea. I basically just wanted like a prepaid billing system as a service because I had other products I wanted to have a prepaid balance system for. But yeah, I started that maybe like 2 or 3 years ago. Put it on hold while doing some other stuff, having to get a job and some of that junk. And then, as I look over at my job, making sure I'm not needed for something. So yeah, I don't think Hyperline was at least like known enough. Lago was probably in their like initial cohort for YC. I don't think there was a service doing this as I needed it yet. I think Stripe has a little bit of that idea with like Stripe billing, but I just think Stripe is so complicated. There's definitely room for like a niche product to manage some of these things. And at the end of the day, maybe Stripe just buys me like a lemon squeezy. Yeah, I think there was one other like and again, like they were more like invoice focused, but yeah, there was like another service that is trying to do the same kind of thing, which I think is actually a good sign. I think that's actually kind of a good sign. What I have seen is that even companies like Unkey are even getting towards like the like allowing you to monetize your APIs. That's cool, but it's pretty niche. Whereas instead, I can be a little bit broader. And I think, it just increases my TAM a bit. Unkey, I think, is a cool product. I haven't actually used it yet, but seems cool. Seems like some really smart people behind it. I just personally think that, yeah, like the way they want to monetize the API, sure, it's cool. But I think I can go a little bit broader scope and solve some other like businesses, basically. Like gaming. Yeah. Well, I mean, we leave tonight. Obviously, I'm going to have to start talking about AI when I try and secure some funding. Duh. I don't know how yet. That's just science. Am I big on GraphQL? No. Like, I don't use it for anything I build. I do think eventually it could make a lot of sense. I'm not a big fan of GraphQL as your first step. I think most things should start out as a REST API, and then GraphQL can just be an aggregator for it. In my opinion, GraphQL is good at gluing together disparate APIs in a really like nice, clean way. So then you have a graph of all these microservices. That is GraphQL's bread and butter, in my opinion. But instead, you need the microservices first, or at least like the canonical API. There is something to be said for it, though. Twitch, as like, you know, a GraphQL case study, they took 70 plus HTTP requests on the homepage and brought it down to 2 when they migrated to GraphQL, which is pretty crazy. You know how I was able to like know this? Because I went to the Ember meetup long past it was dead. Like there was 7 people there. But one of the Ember engineers was working at Twitch while they were doing their port from Ember to React, and they also ended up doing the GraphQL refactor at the same time. So I got to get some like really, really good like niche information that might not even be publicized. So no, I will not say who that person was. But yeah, 1 second. Let me grab a soda. We're going to pour ourselves a little holiday whiskey. All right, it's basically 5 o'clock. Okay, so Cloudflare has some neat stuff around usage-based billing for their workers for platforms. Yeah, I'm sure they do. Yeah, and I might want to take a look at how they do some of that stuff. I think that ties into the quota kind of stuff. But then, yeah, like just a prepaid balance that you can deduct from usage-based. I don't think anyone's doing that much either. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what I do for a lot of this stuff already. Yeah, I like how it's just like a recipe. I mean, yeah, honestly, at some point I could imagine Cloudflare being like a potential like exit for acquisition as well. All right, what do we think? Basil Hayden, Four Roses single barrel, or Baker's. Right, 5 o'clock on the day before Christmas Eve is basically Christmas Eve, right? That's just science. So we get to pick one of the Christmas whiskeys. The Baker's is 107 proof. So we got to pace ourselves a bit with that one. I think the Four Roses is 100 proof. Well, Basil Hayden's delicious too. Keep in mind, like, all of these, like, I'm going to be saving at least one of them up for New Year's as well, right? Let's try Baker's. You know what? Yeah, let's try Baker's. I haven't had it before. Why don't I use PostHog for analytics? Because I'm not doing analytics right now. Nope. Nope. That is actually a feature. Looking into your soul. PostHog has got to be the worst startup name ever? I mean, I'm sure I've heard worse. All right, let's do a quick taster. So 10x, the software as a service is basically building out quota and balance management for other software as a service. So as a SaaS, you typically have things like bandwidth or certain things that you want to keep track of and then bill people for overage. Or maybe someone has a prepaid balance of virtual currency for your game that you want to deduct from, right? Those kind of things I think we could actually build out as a service that you don't have to worry about managing those things and dealing with the data scaling and all that BS. We can maintain an SLA for our users and, you know, then they can concentrate on actually building their product. Same reason someone would pay for auth as a service as well. Thoughts on an IDP, internal developer platform? So 10x, we recently did a minor pivot. Originally, it was just to be like a balance similar to DigitalOcean's balance, like a single balance for an account. Sorry for the burp. But we have decided that maintaining multiple balances is probably worth it, and maintaining the idea of quotas is also something that we added. So we did a bit of a pivot. So yeah, I don't know. Trying to put a number on how far along we are is tricky, but I don't know. We got a bunch of stuff built. All right, let's give this quick taster a try. This is Baker's, a fairly strong bourbon. Smells quite strong. Yeah, with a little bit of water, I bet it opens up a bit. Let me just do just... There we go. I just haven't had it before, so I want to give it the old whiskey snob try. I'm not much of a whiskey snob, but I like to pretend sometimes. Yeah, 107 proof, like basically like evaporates off of your tongue. I'm sure with Coca-Cola it's much better. See, I'm definitely not a whiskey snob. No self-respecting whiskey snob would be mixing this with Coca-Cola. Okay, so hold on. Someone here on stream had a comment before Nightbot drowned him out. Okay, so you guys are doing some IDP stuff for work. Yeah, like at GetKraken, it is definitely one of our concerns, trying to get into companies' IDPs. One interesting IDP that I was recently made aware of is Compass by Atlassian. Like, are there specific IDPs you guys are looking at? I know ServiceNow. I think there's some other one too. ServiceNow is the one that I've actually like used as a dev at previous companies. Spotify Backstage? Wait, what? Spotify has an IDP? That's a thing? What? What the fuck is Spotify Backstage? Huh, I've never even heard of it. So Backstage.io is the main thing. Okay. So this is something that like Spotify bought, I guess? No, it's just something they're hosting? They developed it. Okay. And it's part of the CNCF. That's crazy. Okay. Yeah, hold on. Let me look and see if they're... Like, where would we have had this? Yeah, I don't remember if we had that in our list. I'm not seeing a squad right now for it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to have to just keep this one around. There you go. Ooh. Ooh, this one's good. Ooh, the Baker's mixed with the Coca-Cola is solid. Solid. Yeah, I would assume y'all don't work at the same company. But yeah, no. Thank you guys for this. I do feel like it may have come up in a previous chat, but I'm not able to find it right now. Yeah. And wait, what about Nevermind then? Oh, your team's an active contributor. Oh, that's super cool. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Devil's Eye. I'd love to chat with you more about this. Oh, never mind for Teddy's company. Yeah, exactly. Um, yeah, I'm really curious. Would you be willing to connect with me on like LinkedIn or something? Totally up to you. If you want to maintain anonymity, I get it. I totally fine. But yeah, I'd love to chat more about that. Cause right, like I work at GitKraken. We need our software to be available in IDPs and usable. I don't think we know how that works specifically yet. What might actually make a lot of sense is if we spin up Backstage internally for our stuff, we could work on getting GitKraken into it, and then we'd like know a lot more about that process. So I don't know, yeah, because I don't know if we want to pay for something like ServiceNow or Compass yet, right? And even then, I don't know, just for like a sandbox environment to have Backstage going, that'd be cool. But yeah, again, no pressure. Yeah, that'd be great if you yeah, connect with me on LinkedIn, and yeah, like after the holiday break, we can try and schedule something. Yeah, 1 second. Um, all right, there we go. So what's a developer portal internet? So think about it this way. An IDP is a way for developers at your company to basically request access to maybe some paid software. And you don't have to go through like that one person who manages the billing and pays that bill from their budget and blah blah blah. Like it's a way of like segmenting billing and all that, to where like you as a dev at a large company, you just click a button and you get the software you need. Boom, right? Like really nice. It also means that the organization running it can also just revoke all of your access with a single button click. So it's about managing subscriptions to like software that you use at your company for various things, like seats on various software as a service, like all sorts of things like that. Right? But being able to revoke it from one place, like really nice for a very large organization. Did I describe that somewhat right there, Devil's Eye? Like, I'm still kind of fuzzy about it. Like, think about it basically like something that wires up to your SSO, right? Like your SAML or OIDC. So that was part of it. Okay. Yeah, I think, yeah, just helping me understand it, even if I don't get anyone else from the company involved. Yeah, so access management. Yep, software access. The privacy management thing, I'm less sure of. But basically, with an internal developer portal, right? It's just like one place to manage disparate services that you may be using. Access to those services. Like, and I think like fundamentally it has to integrate with OIDC or SAML or whatever, right? Like it has to integrate with your like large company SSO platforms, right? Like it wouldn't make much sense if they weren't aware of each other, right? Or if they weren't like tightly integrated. Okay. Yeah, yeah, this is hugely helpful. Like thanks for even explaining some of this stuff, Devil's Eye. I appreciate that. Um oh, and you didn't have to delete that message there, 10x. Like, I don't mind. Sorry, it took me a second. I just got distracted. Feel free to ask it again or whatever. You got to get going? Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I get it. Um, Best advice on how to become a better developer. Currently a third year student with some previous internship experience, but feeling imposter syndrome. Number one, you will never stop feeling imposter syndrome. If you do, you're probably fucking up. So that's it right there. Number two, build stuff, right? And always be curious, always be learning. You'll never be done learning, which is why you'll never be done with imposter syndrome. If you embrace the fact that there's always something new to learn and you stay curious, that'll make you a really good dev. The worst devs I've ever worked with were the ones that felt like they were, they didn't need to keep learning things. Oh, well, I learned how to do blah, blah, blah 20 years ago. Well, yeah, that's why your code sucks. Like the worst devs I've ever worked with just stopped learning. So 10x, if you got to get going, hopefully I answered that quick enough for you. But, or if not, we'll see you again soon. Yeah, cheers. Yeah, no worries. Yep. I stream a lot, so you'll have plenty of time there, 10x. Hold on, let's get a different album. This one slows down. I mean, does synthwave belong in a museum? I think synthwave belongs in a museum. Junior, junior, junior. So, hold on. Devil's Eye. What I would get at then is if I were to want to integrate with an IDP, pretty much any of the IDPs, is my first step to make sure I have SAML and OIDC wired up. Is that like the first step to getting integrated with an IDP? And I'm asking this from like my perspective now. Like, you know, I've got my software as a service I'm building. If I wanted to make it to where people could like manage access to my software as a service from some centralized place, I'm at least somewhat certain that I would need to set up OIDC or SAML, right? So the SSO I have is just OAuth. I don't have any of like the corporate style SSO going, right? So that's what I'm getting at. Like I would need to set up one of those like corporate SSO systems, such as SAML or OIDC. Those are the only two I know of. Maybe there's something else. Like I guess Active Directory, that's basically OIDC compatible these days, right? Okay. So yeah, basically, and you're expecting the person integrating to have that already. I don't have that yet. That would be my eventual goal, but I just kind of like kicked that can down the road a bit, at least for MVP. I think for MVP, I don't need to like focus on getting like the big enterprise customers. I can try and prove out the idea with smaller stuff. Yeah, it makes sense. So I think I'm at least like a part way there because if an organization wants to use Google OAuth, they can revoke that email from that user and then they wouldn't be able to log in anyway, right? Like they could just deactivate that OAuth account and you're at least still getting like part of it, you know? Because I don't have passwords anymore. I just have magic links for people that are not doing OAuth. What I would maybe want to do is allow an admin to dictate OAuth only for users that connect to my backend. That is something also probably just post MVP. But okay, yeah, thank you. I appreciate this. All right, so back to what we're working on. We're dealing with like the local Dynalite server problem. Okay. Yeah, I haven't done enough with Active Directory. Like I've only been like a user within an Active Directory system. I've never actually managed or set it up or done anything integrating with it. I think the big problem we have here then is that Wondering if there's some way to like modify Dynalight settings. Oh, so interestingly, yeah. Dynalight is now officially an architect project. Like just kind of like recently, within the past year ish. So wait, am I to understand that? Hold on. So this was ready to be merged last year at about the same time that it was added to the OpenJS stuff. It's a bummer. So yeah, I'm wondering if Architect is basically abandoned at this point. We do see 5 months ago, 8 months ago. No, it doesn't look abandoned. Oof. All right. Well, let me try this. Right? We go back here. We get to this point. We just comment out everything else. maybe that wasn't the issue. Maybe it was just because we were doing all of this other junk too. Let's just try it one more time. All right, now we're getting timeout error, timeout error. Yep. Okay, so hold on. I think the big problem is that I need to like finish fanning out for all of this stuff too. All right, so we go create all that, and then this part is then where we want to do another fan out. So transactional balance events. All right, we just grab this whole function. Okay, so we bring in all of that stuff. Then here we need to think about all the data we got to take in, and then it ends up just being account ID, business ID, and created at. We can grab a bunch of the boilerplate for this part. Right, we no longer take in that, and we get errors for, right, these tables that we need to go create. And that ends up being some boilerplate from here. All right, so account balance table. Yeah, that's a good album, isn't it? Oh, we could actually just do that part. Yeah, so we just need account ID and balance ID. Yep. Okay. So now we go back to this endpoint. Well, Teddy, are they? It was a platform engineer role. Missed it by that much. All right, so we're going to see a bunch of stuff here. Cannot read properties of null includes? Well, that's not good. All right, so we are getting timeout errors, but not a lot of them. Well, I'm pretty sure. I mean, some of it, no. That one's fine. Yeah, like the couple we're getting are like aggregate errors that I'm. Yeah, like anytime we're seeing 555, that's Dynalite for sure. No, because we need DynamoDB like compatibility. Because production will be DynamoDB. Dynalite's just what we use for local dev. So like none of this problem will be an issue in production. Okay, so yeah, our today data is no good because we just don't get anything for today specifically. So yeah, that's really on me. Like if we look at the back end for it, I bet it's just an empty array, right? Yep. So today is an empty array. And man, yeah, that endpoint is definitely faster than I was expecting it to be. What's up, Ayush? How you doing? Oh shit. And it's really cold where you're at. It's kind of a bummer. So wait, we only created 5 accounts? That doesn't feel right. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on what part of India. India is a pretty big country. Like in Texas, they don't get winter. Like here in the US, you know? Let me get more music going. Right? Florida doesn't get winter. So yeah, like the US is a big enough country where there are parts of the country that just don't get all 4 seasons. It's freezing in NYC. It's actually like really like kind of warm and reasonable here in Seattle. Yeah, like 50 degrees. That's way too warm. Like way too warm. That kind of sucks actually. God. Give me winter. Stevens Pass is screwed. Oh wait, that's what I wanted. Okay, it'll at least be cold enough during the week. Okay. 1 to 3 inches, 1 to 2 inches, 3 to 5 inches, 3 to 7 inches. Oh, Thursday and Friday could be really good. Nah, Stevens Pass is actually pretty reasonable, like right now. No, they got plenty of snow. It's too early because it's Christmas break right now. Christmas break is miserable. Like there's just too many people up there. Update on odor near garage area. We received several calls regarding a strange odor coming from the building B garage area. Please rest assured that the smell is from a washer and dryer our service team recently removed from a unit. What the fuck was in that washer and dryer? Yeah, dude. I'm like, I kind of want to go downstairs and find out, but I also kind of don't. Yeah, so we've definitely got a bug here because we should have had way more accounts created. What's the UI built with? React. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so basically, here's our stack. So yeah, that fan out seems to have worked that time. But did it? And yeah, thank you, Array. I appreciate that. 7 stream streak. Heyo. Nope, not yet. Yeah, an Orange Devils. Yeah. Hold on, what are you having for dinner? And if you already left, you can let us know when you get back. I'm heavily considering ordering Indian food again. Because it's just so damn good. You're having Indian food. Oh my god. Oh, genius. Great minds think alike. Oh, man. You might have just clinched it for me. And what's up, Berth? Welcome back. How you doing? And again, I take at least half of the blame from yesterday, so no worries. Vindaloo. Ah. I only know Vindaloo from Red Dwarf. Right? I pretty much only know about Vindaloo because of Red Dwarf. But yeah, enjoy your food. Hell yeah. I'm probably going to get butter chicken. I just love it so much. And it's too much work to make it at home. And it's probably a better idea to get it tonight than tomorrow night. Creamy chicken pasanda pistachio is the one you order. Sounds good. The bread, like the naan bread, delicious. Yeah, I get the garlic naan too. I do have a GitHub. Yeah, yeah. Oh, thanks, Berth. This thing that we're working on, though, is not on the GitHub. Like, it's a private repo. So, sorry about that. Since this is the Empire's Bank. Is that some Star Wars reference? I don't know. But enemy, I don't know what that means, so I would prefer English only if you could. What's up, JWF? How you doing? So Berth, if you're talking about like AWS, like, yeah, there's not a single person at AWS that knows all of AWS's services. Not a single person. They might know all the names, but not a single person knows like the intricacies of all of it. If you call up for support, they may have to hit up somebody else. Magoo, I just did the command. But it's down there, but whatever. There's the command for you too. Magoo, it's right there. It's right there. It's just right above your comment. You got this, man. I believe in you. Longest a package being delivered has ever been delayed for me. I don't know, a while. Not that long, though. I mean, it's actually kind of fitting that Mr. Magoo doesn't see it. That's like a good reference right there. I don't know if they intended that, but I like it. It's a solid reference. Uber Eats is somewhat popular. There's also DoorDash. I've had much better experiences with DoorDash than Uber Eats. Yeah, Deliveroo, that's a funny name. That's definitely like an Australian thing, right? Like Birth. Are you Australian? Because that's like Deliveroo is, that's got to be an Australian name. Belgian? Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. It's a good name. It's over 100. How many repos do you consider a lot? How many repos do you have? I know, there's 159 public repos. $167 that I can see. If we go to type and look at sources, 121 that I built myself instead of forking someone else's stuff. I'm so confused about that, Magoo. I have a lot of repos you don't see, but they're all public. You gotta be looking at the wrong Chris at this point, then. Yeah. Is there another Chris Griffing out there? There can be only one. Yeah, I don't know. I'm so confused now. Ah, yeah, you missed the G. Yeah, there's only one Chris Griffing. Actually, I think there's probably one more, but there's a couple. But I'm the important Chris Griffing. There's plenty of Griffins out there. They don't count. That might have been it. That might have been it. They're looking at the wrong Chris. They were looking at the wrong Chris. There you go, Gryffindor. Yeah. Gryffindor, okay? All right, specs of what we're building. Yeah, I mean, they didn't have a beanie. Like, of course they're not the real Chris Griffing. Oh, and hold on, JWEF has a question. They think I'm AI just because I stare into their soul. How is my AI modeling of Waltr going? I'm not doing any AI with Waltr yet. which is obviously why I'm not going to get any VC investment. It's about quality, not quantity there, Devil's Eye. But why AI models? Yes, that was the Zoolander reference. I'm doing fine. Doing just fine, JWEF. Yeah, we're just running into scaffolding some things and not being able to do it as well as I would have hoped. We get a few errors as we go. And hold on. Let me catch up a bit. 1 second. Have I ever done Advent of Code? No, I don't. Like, I may have tried it once ages ago, but I'm just not a fan. I'd rather build stuff. This is my Advent of Code. I just code. But no offense to people that enjoy doing it. I think my big thing is that streamers tend to do it because they can't think of anything else to do. So it's a really good excuse to just like turn their brain off and go do some like algorithm BS. I just simply have too much stuff I want to work on, you know? No, and I get it there, Birth. Yeah, right? Code katas in general are fun because there's something that you can usually just complete within like a good quick time frame, so they're good for those endorphins. I don't know. Yeah, I personally gain more from just trying to build things. And I don't know if you've seen how many things I have on my Trello board, but I am never without ideas, right? Like I got too many already. So, yeah, like I don't have a reason to do Advent of Code. No. I think you misunderstand. Those are all just my ideas for projects I want to work on. So for like every one of the bigger ideas in that, I have an entire like software as a service I want to build. Like I'm never without things to do. If I get bored of a project, I can just switch to a new project and still have way too much to do. What I would recommend there, Berth, is I bet you have ideas for things all the time. You do. Everyone does. Everybody has ideas for projects. The problem is you don't write them down anywhere. You don't record them anywhere. Or you allow yourself to throw them away before they have a chance to grow. You could have something as simple as, man, I wish I had an app where I could share the song I'm listening to at the exact second I'm listening to it with a friend across the country. And we could like synchronize our music listening together. Sure. Are you going to make a lot of money off of an idea like that? No. But not every idea has to make money. It just has to be fun to build. And in the process of building it, you get better. Now that idea, you could throw away as in, well, I don't know how to do it yet. But you know what? You might, eventually. And if you don't have it somewhere, it's gone forever. Until you magically come up with the idea again. Every idea gets written down, no matter how silly, no matter how complex, no matter how beyond your current capabilities it is, every idea gets written down. Yeah, so the big problem, like, oh, it exists already is a terrible, terrible thing to throw an idea away for. Because again, you can let the idea sit there and it can grow into something that is actually different from what already exists. Right? Shopify. E-commerce as a service already existed, but they just did it better. Yeah, like technically that's some of the best things that have been made. Like, well, yeah, I want this thing, but the thing that exists for it kind of sucks, you know? Hold on. Looks like Danielle and Atoda. Woo! Atoda, I believe in you. Here's the thing. Yeah, Atoda needs like, it's only the second, and Josh Jacobs has 16 points already. If Atoda can get 10 more, and like in him getting 10 more points with Josh Jacobs, oh, no. So basically, Atoda needs Josh Jacobs to kill it, and Green Bay to also give up a bunch of points. Damn. Yeah, this is a squeaker. Wow. Okay, sorry. Yeah, there's some football going tonight. Green Bay is playing against New Orleans right now. We have a fantasy football league. You know, it's not a huge league. I think 10 of us, maybe 8 of us. Hold on. Okay, 8 of us. You know, some people here from stream, some other people from other streams, and yeah, Atoda missed the draft. And somehow turned it around and came back. He has a record of 9-6-0 against Danielle, who has been the bully all season with 12-3-0. Atoda might unseat him for the championship fight. Atoda might actually bring this one back. Wow. Yeah. We believe in you, Atoda. You got this, man. No, no, no. This is American football. No, no, no. It's not rugby. This is American football. You want to hear something interesting that you might not know? The term soccer was actually coined by the British. Rugby is very different from American football. Yes, very, very, very different. Well, hold on. In Germany, do you guys call like American style football rugby, even though it's not technically like Australian style rugby? Basically, do the players wear pads? In American football, the players wear pads. In rugby, they don't. Oh, you do wear protection in rugby? Okay. Well, I do want to point out that I believe the NFL actually did play a game in Germany this year. So yeah, the NFL may be like becoming more of a worldwide sport over time. Like they played some like at least a couple teams. I think every team ends up playing at least one game in the UK. And I think there was at least like one match that happened in Germany, which is kind of cool. But anyway, what I was going to get at is the term soccer actually comes from the UK because the UK had both forms of soccer or both forms of football at one point. And in the UK, there was association football, which they started shortening to soccer because the British love their weird slang. So yeah, the word soccer is actually a British word. Deal with it. All right, so hold on. If I do this scan again, what the fuck? Berth, I'm not hosting on Amazon. What you're seeing right now is this is hosted locally with a thing called Dynalite. And that's how you can do local DynamoDB development. So it cost me $0 to run it locally because it's just on my own machine. I've heard of Peaky Blinders. I've heard it's really good. I'm just not a big fan of those kind of shows. Last one I got into that was even kind of like that was Boardwalk Empire, and they ended up like really blowing it towards the end. Like the last season or two just sucked. The first season or two were amazing. Oh, I didn't see Peaky Blinders. I haven't seen it yet. My point is, like, I'm more of like a comedy viewer anyway. But Boardwalk Empire got bad in the last couple seasons, basically because they were having to compete with Game of Thrones. So there ended up being just like the random bullshit sex scenes just to keep people interested. Also, I believe they ended up dealing with like the writer's strike for one of the seasons, and then they kind of like worked themselves into a like a corner because of the writer's strike. Very similar to the show Heroes. See, I never ended up watching Breaking Bad. Oh, Heroes was good for the first two seasons, or the first season. I mean, I think so at least. I think the first season was actually really good. I think this maybe it was the second season, could have been the third, where Heroes really jumped the shark. I think it was second season that the writer's strike happened. And that's when they brought in like Robert Forrester and a bunch of that bullshit. But the first season was quite good. Like, let me double check this. Basically, like the way they were building up like Peter and Siler was quite good, but they ended up needing to like nerf Peter eventually. Let me double check it. It was very like soap opera-y. Like I can get that, but dude, like man, Masaoka nailed it. His character was the best. They had to nerf him because, dude, a character who can manipulate space-time is actually the most OP character in the entire show. Right? So they had to end up nerfing him as well. Yeah, so season 1 was good. Season 2 was kind of shit. All-time favorite? Hell no. No, 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 no. I can't operate on favorites. I've seen too much shit. Hold on. So F strike. Season 2 coincided with the writer's strike. And yeah, that like really backed him into a corner. Which is just a problem. Like, yeah, it's a bummer. So season 1, I thought was actually like just so good. So Devils, I tend to watch a lot of the shows that I watch as I'm like going to sleep. I also have like a co-working stream. On my co-working stream, which is just over on gaming stream, but like some days, you know, I'm just working over on gaming stream. Like Wednesdays and Sundays are typically like co-working days, depending on how much work I got to do. So I'll be over there for like 12 hours just watching shows. Those typically end up being like old shows, though. So like Father Ted, Black Books, Detectorists, you know, random movies from Tubi TV and blah, blah, blah. So I end up watching a lot of stuff on those. But as far as newer stuff, I end up seeing that like as I'm going to bed at night. I just finished What We Do in the Shadows. I think some of the episodes in this last season, really good. But that's also how I've seen like Heroes and like, yeah, Future Man. Like any of the newer stuff I see like right before I go to sleep. It does mean that sometimes I end up staying up till 5 a.m. because holy shit, Future Man's good. I do play League of Legends, and I've been meaning to watch Arcane, but I don't have Netflix. So there's a bunch of stuff I've wanted to watch that I can't. Like, I really, really, really want to see. God, what's that show? Like, I Think You Should Leave. Like, the couple skits I've seen from that show are some of the funniest things I've seen in years. Like the one about the guy that like just won't stop doing the zip line on the dating show. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, I Think You Should Leave. Dude, that show's so good. Like, and I haven't even seen all of it. I've only seen like a couple skits. But holy shit, he's a genius. Yeah, there's a couple on there's a couple shows on Apple TV as well. Yeah, there's a couple shows like Severance and Mythic Quest that I've wanted to watch for a while as well. And JWEF asks about the honey thing. Like, oh man, yeah, the browser extension bullshit is pretty gnarly. Now, so Devil's Eye, we won't talk about anything technically not legal. As a streamer, I cannot endorse anything like that. I'm sorry. No, you're good. But yeah, we can't talk about that stuff here. And for the most part, like, I don't know. I ain't got time for that. I've heard Severance is really good though. Yeah. Severance and Mythic Quest. I really want to watch those. But yeah, I'm like a comedy show fan. You know, I just want to laugh. Like most of the time, if I'm watching a show. Like, I believe we should turn this into a meme, right? Whenever something is so good, it's 3-ply. And that's a joke that we got from the show Twisted Metal. Is it a 3-ply show? No, but some of the jokes are 3-ply. And if you don't understand the joke, basically Twisted Metal is like post-apocalyptic, right? The guy's like a courier or whatever. And he gets into this one, like, you know, enclave that's like the best enclave ever. And like, oh my God, everyone lives like a king or something like that. And he's sitting there like talking with the leader of it. And she's like, so how you liking it here? He's like, oh man, y'all got the best toilet paper. Like, man, 2-ply? Oh, that's so good. She's like, well, if you're willing to take this job for us, we can get you something better than 2-ply toilet paper. And he's like, 3-ply? Like, the way he says 3-ply is like so pure. Oh, it's just the best. 3-ply? Like, dude, like, oh yeah, I love that joke. I love that joke. Yeah, Silicon Valley's good. It's a great show too. For sure. Exactly. Yeah, the nostalgia of it. And yeah, some of the characters. Like, honestly, Twisted Metal was fun. It was a really fun show. I wouldn't say it was like really good. It had amazing moments, but as a whole series, it's got its up and downs, like moments. But man, some of the bits and just some of the characters were really nice. I would say that as far as like a cohesive series goes, it's a bit meh. But each like episode, if you look at it as purely like living on its own, you'll find episodes that are really good. But yeah, real quick, let me go pee. I'm going to grab another soda, and we'll keep doing what we're doing. Give me a second. BRB. And yeah, Guilfoyle's great, for sure. We've all worked with a Guilfoyle. And if you haven't, well, yeah, you're Guilfoyle. Soda. Let me throw these other two in the fridge. Oh, okay. No, album's still done. The new Naughty Dogs game trailer, Intergalactic. Oh, I didn't know that was a Naughty Dogs game. I know the internet is all up in arms about it, but dude, those people are never satisfied, so whatever. And I mean, like, God, what's that gremlin's name? The guy that doesn't bathe? Right? You know that streamer. I'm spacing on his name right now. The gremlin streamer that doesn't bathe, that got banned for a while and finally did the dishes or whatever. Asmongold. That's it. Tell me I'm wrong in my description. I nailed it, right? That's like the perfect description of him. The gremlin streamer that doesn't bathe. I mean, did he show up? Was he in the list? did. He even has a video about it. I didn't shower for over a month. Yeah, dude. See? He's got a brand. That's hilarious. All right, come on. Clip that. Like, clip that. I don't have a command, but shit. Marker? That's just funny to me, dude. That is so fucking hilarious. I'm really surprised none of y'all actually just guessed it immediately. Like, oh yeah, Asmund. I watch him all the time. Ah, that's good. All right, so hold on. We're still running into a bit of an issue, and that issue being that yeah. Like, his entire shtick nowadays is just being an alt-right fucking incel. She's not attractive enough for a video game. Like, blah, 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 some bullshit. Like, I don't know. He probably hates on the new Siri, like, model for Witcher, right? Just incel bullshit. In my opinion, it's a dog whistle. Yeah, no worries, Birth. Yeah, thanks for chilling. It was a much chiller time this time, right? I think, I hope you felt more welcome this time. There you go. He probably calls it a perfect game. Right? Just imagine the worst neckbeard in the world and what they would say about it. There you go. Asmongold. Am I wrong? Am I wrong here? All right, so hold on. We'll do a for loop here. And then we can individually await things. Sure. Yeah, I don't know. I've never played the game. Not sure. So we only get 9 accounts this time. All right, so what if we don't do any of the other stuff? Hold on. Let's kill it and restart it proper. That's a lot of create accounts that fired, but did they? Oh, they did. Okay. All right, so that is definitely the 100 accounts we were expecting. The promise all bullshit is fucking us, man. Oh, it's getting windy out there. No, I can just hear the wind up against like the window because I'm on like the corner of the building. And I'm on like the 4th floor as well. So like, yeah, it's just, a lot of chaos. Nice part about being on the 4th floor is basically no spiders. right? Like basically like 0 spiders. So that's not bad. It's going well, Calico. How about you? Okay, so something is weird about this. Sorry, your name made me giggle. So obviously I'm like 14 years old on the inside. Keeps me looking young. But yeah, what are we doing? Well, number one, right now we're trying to figure out why. Like we're trying to create 100 to 200 accounts. But the moment that we add this back, right? Like we should be awaiting this entire like create accounts function. And nothing should happen until after that anyway. But it seems like we're running into some kind of bug. Now, this is TypeScript. For the most part, web services are glue, right? You're gluing together your database, your caching system, API calls to third parties, etc. The speed of your glue language is actually rarely a bottleneck. So that's something to recognize. Like, if you're just trying to build something, the speed of your glue language does not matter. There will come a time where maybe the speed of your glue language matters, but that's a problem that would be nice to have. Very, very, very few services ever have that problem. Well, that's like, I literally just said it, Kitty. A glue language is gluing together other things, right? No, it's fine, Kitty. I can explain it again, right? No. So Array of Hope, you might be missing it as well. I don't mean a language with everything built in. I mean a language that is simply connecting other things together, right? So like all the heavy lifting of my application is happening in other places. My database is doing my heavy lifting. Third-party APIs are doing my heavy lifting. Redis and caching and some of those things are doing my heavy lifting. And my glue language is the thing that just brings all that stuff together to spit it out to the user at the endpoint. Most APIs are simply glue languages, and the speed at which your glue runs doesn't matter because you're waiting on I/O to third-party services anyway. The majority of time that your backend endpoint is running is actually waiting for other things to resolve in most like proper REST APIs. So at that point, like optimizing the speed of your glue language doesn't matter because you're waiting on the database call anyway, right? So you're better off optimizing the speed and the data that database call returns. So yes, optimizing your query that you send over the wire for the database to resolve, the time that database takes to run, and then the amount of data that database has to spit back out to you over the network. Those are the things that actually matter way more than the speed at which your glue language just creates the query and sends it. So in general, glue languages are not bottlenecked by themselves, they're bottlenecked by I/O to other things. So array of hope, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Do you mean GraphQL versus REST? Like, what do you mean by that? As we discussed just yesterday with some people that maybe weren't that fun to talk to, API is a very broad term. TRPC. That's another thing to consider, right? TRPC versus GraphQL versus REST. They all have their quirks. I would say TRPC is just glorified REST, but it's a way of tying together type safety. Like, even with TRPC, you're still better off modeling your data in the same way that you would model a REST API. The main difference is simply the interface between them and making sure your types are consistent. So, I mean, array of hope, REST versus internal versus public is not actually a consideration. You can have internal and public APIs that are still REST. You can have internal and public APIs that are still GraphQL. The only dichotomy there is basically REST versus GraphQL. And even then, I don't think that's actually a dichotomy because you're probably better off wiring up your services as REST and treating GraphQL as an aggregator for those services. So as an example, consider Twitch. There would be an API or a microservice for fetching all of the live channels right now. There would be a microservice for fetching the ones that are getting like promoted to the front page. There is an API or a microservice for fetching the ones that are recommended to you based upon your previous viewing. All those things are most likely microservices rather than one giant API, and GraphQL is really good at gluing those things together into a single endpoint that you make a fetch to. Which means less requests over the wire, and you can fine-tune what data gets sent back to the user so you're not sending data that they're not even using. The biggest problem with REST, in many people's eyes, is the fact that you make a request to a REST endpoint, all you needed was the name, but you ended up getting everything on that entity. So there's more data over the wire, and on a slower connection that can be a problem, especially if you're hitting 70 endpoints. So array of hope, Twitch used to have 70 plus HTTP requests on the front end to the back end to various microservices that were exposed via a REST API. When they migrated to GraphQL, they reduced 70 to 2. That is just simply a better experience for the user. It increases the complexity of what you have to do on the back end to serve that stuff up, but it makes the front-end logic simpler and better for possibly bandwidth-constrained mobile users. Because they can get only the props they need. They can get only the endpoints that they need, and it can get glued together into 2 requests instead of 70. Most browsers have a limit of how many requests they will make at one time to a specific domain. You can basically assume that number is 6, but it depends. It varies from browser to browser. If you consider that there are 6 concurrent HTTP requests that your browser can do, you're going to hit this like waterfall of requests that you can do to your back end. And you're only going to get 6 at a time. When one resolves, maybe you add another, and then 70 requests can take a while to waterfall all the way through. Whereas GraphQL is 2, and there is no waterfall. You're getting all of that at once, but then the waterfall isn't gone, it's pushed back to your back end. So your back end is then responsible for waterfalling that data, but it can do it in a parallel way that is not limited by what the browser decides. So your back end is able to open up as many connections as it wants. The biggest thing between GraphQL and REST is no longer being limited by the browser's concurrency limit. The second biggest thing about GraphQL is getting only the props of an object that you actually care about. So that's less bandwidth over the wire. Does that help there? We did talk about it earlier. You might not have been here. That's fine. It's one of those things that will come up pretty frequently. For the most part, I believe every service should start as REST. And then eventually, you can consume that REST from a GraphQL endpoint, and your front end can get only the stuff it needs. And your front end can still continue to hit that one aggregator. But you can start adding microservices into the GraphQL like tree or graph, technically. And then from there, your front end still stays nice and simple, but you can add like increasing complexity. But it does mean that you'll eventually hit a bottleneck on your back end because you're still constrained in some way, right? You're just shifting where that constraint lives. So yeah, I don't know. I hope I explained that well. I'm definitely not like the expert because I don't build GraphQL APIs myself. I don't do it. I don't have anything that has needed to progress to that stage yet. Simply because I think it's actually a progression. Some people start with GraphQL. I think that's wrong. But it doesn't mean it's actually wrong. It's just the wrong way I approach software dev. So yeah, hold on. I did miss some comments. 1 second. Devils. How do I feel about Hasura and Apollo? Apollo, I think, is fine, but technically, if you're doing anything with like Next.js or some other things, you're probably better off using Relay. Just because of the way that Relay like hoists the request up to the top to be able to batch things better. I think Apollo was necessary at the beginning of GraphQL because Relay didn't exist yet even, or it wasn't as robust as it is now. Apollo solved a GraphQL problem that nothing else was solving the right way at the time. Hasura, I'm pretty anti-Hasura, right? Hasura is like a GraphQL endpoint directly to your database. Nah, fuck that. Hell no. Hell no. Again, just as my opinion. I think GraphQL serves the best case scenario as an aggregator for other APIs. I mean, you don't need Hasura to transform a REST API into GraphQL. That's really just what GraphQL is meant to do. So as you're modeling your GraphQL API, you're defining what happens at these like leaf nodes. Sure, right? Like I don't care about something to automate that. I'd rather curate the GraphQL API manually. I don't want some automatic layer on top. But again, I don't do GraphQL enough, so I'm the wrong person to ask about some of that stuff. I think me and Theo completely agree on Hasura being the wrong abstraction. But as far as I understand Hasura, it wants to sit between like your user and your database, not your user and other APIs. And I find that totally wrong. So I believe like Theo and I completely agree that Hasura is the wrong abstraction. Hosting multiple projects on the same server, or is there a way to separate them out? I mean, for freelancing, you should always have the client hosting their own stuff. That way the handoff is easy, right? You don't want to be hosting your clients' projects for them. That's a terrible idea. You want them to pay for a service and give you login credentials to set things up, but you don't ever want to feel like handcuffed to maintaining that stuff for a user. Personally, in my opinion, because that means you're stuck with that client until you can hand them off. Yeah, like, so I'm not 100% certain about Devil's question, but let me just make an assumption. Like, let's just say you decide to host your client's project. Well, then you're on the hook for keeping that hosting going, right? And it's on your server, and if there's ever downtime, you are legally liable for that downtime. When instead, if you pass it off to them, end of the contract, they're maintaining it, they own it, they can choose to keep paying you to maintain it, but it allows you to just like, okay, this client sucks, and you split. If you're hosting their shit on your servers, you're always liable for their bullshit. And it makes it a lot harder to cut ties with a client that sucks. So as far as freelancing goes, you need to protect yourself from the shitty clients because you will have them. No. So Array of Hope, as you are working on their stuff, you might still be on the hook for pushing and updating and doing all that. The key is, at the end of your contract, you're done. There's no extra steps. So what I'm getting at is, if none of this stuff is set in stone or very clear cut, you're actually fucking up on your contract. And you need to be really good about setting the boundaries of your contract. As a freelancer, you're actually a contract writer. You're a software developer second. The worst projects you ever work on will be because you didn't establish a proper contract. Or you left something out or forgot to actually like annotate it, right? That will be the hallmark of the worst projects you ever take on as a freelancer. You fucked up on the contract. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the statement of work and the contract and the, the things that you are like guaranteeing to deliver for the amount of money that you agreed upon, all that stuff needs to be right there in the contract. If it needs to change, it needs to be a mutual agreement between you and the client to change that contract. You never allow them to get something that isn't in the contract, that isn't specifically billed for, that isn't itemized and part of the statement of work. At that point, you're just setting yourself up for failure. If the client asks for something out of scope, you either say that's out of scope and you don't do it, or you amend the scope and you amend the contract. But you don't do work that's outside the contract. It's the only way to protect yourself. I just want to point out, freelancing sucks. I don't recommend it to anybody. It's good to get your like first little bit of work so that you can justify stuff on a resume about what you did for clients and how you did it. But I do not actually recommend freelancing as like a sustained business for new developers. Because as a freelancer, you have to wear every single hat. That means you have to be the project manager. You have to be the accountant. You have to be the CEO. You have to be the salesperson. You have to be all of this stuff before you're even able to be the software developer. And if you're bad at any one of those things, you're setting yourself up for a really shitty experience. Yeah, no, and I get that array of hope. Like, yes, for a new developer who has not actually worked at a company and understood the client developer relationship at like a larger, like client agency or whatever, I would highly recommend you freelance only as long as you have to and you get the fuck out and get a job somewhere. Yeah, so here's the thing, devils. Like, getting a little bit of freelancing under your belt to understand why you don't want to do it actually makes the interview process easier. Well, why do you want to work here? Because I've been freelancing and I'm not a good salesperson. Boom. That is like one of the easiest ways to answer that question. Because you're going to get those bullshit questions in the interview, right? Why do you want to work here? Because I've been freelancing and I'm not a good freelancer. I'm terrible at sales, or I'm not a good project manager, or whatever, right? You can easily say you're not good at the thing that you're not actually applying to do. Yeah, as a software dev, you're expected to not be a good like project manager. You're expected to not be good at sales. It's okay. So having some of these like canned answers is really nice in the interview process. And you're not lying, right? Statistically, we're all really bad at sales. Statistically, we're all really bad project managers if we're software devs, Yeah, you're not lying. That makes it so much easier to say in an interview. Hey, what's up, Coden Canuck, Mr. Sir? Mr. Sir, how you doing? Yeah, Merry Christmas. I'm wearing a nice festive hoodie. Tomorrow, I'll be wearing the Christmas tree hoodie and a very special beanie. So tomorrow and the day after, extra festive. Yeah, I'm terrible at interviews. I'm the worst. Devils, you struggle most with bullshit graph questions and breadth first BFA versus DFA? I know it just as like, oh, you mean breadth first algorithms and depth first algorithms? Okay. I always see those like paired with the S, but maybe you just mistyped and you meant to hit the S. Or maybe you meant algorithm, but yeah, I always think about it in terms of search. So it's usually like BFS, DFS. So my brain like hiccuped while reading it. I also recognize that those letters are right next to each other, so it could have just been a typo. Okay, yeah. Right. The letters are right next to each other. I get it. Yeah, I pretty much don't want to work at a job that cares that I know that stuff. Nah, man. Nah. Oh, ladle. We made it out of clay. Sorry, I made that joke earlier and you weren't here for it, so I had to say it again. Okay, you're getting there. It is definitely a verb. You came back for another hint. Oh, okay. Okay, no, that's fine. I was trying to think of a good hint for you. Okay, so no more hints. That's fine. Yeah, no worries. No worries. If you want another hint, just let me know. Just let me know. Yeah, I think it depends. Devils. here's the thing. It never hurts to go into an interview and just be honest with them. Like, you know, if it's a job you weren't expecting to even, like, have a chance at anyway, fuck it. Just go in and be honest. Right? You go interview at Amazon, you don't actually want to work there? But fuck it, whatever. Yeah, they ask you some BFS, DFS, algorithm bullshit. Nah, sorry guys. No, I'm not going to do this one. You give me a question that's actually, like, relevant. Like, you can actually, like, be yourself for a job that you're not expecting to get. That's actually kind of nice. And you never know. You never know. You never know. You might get someone who's like, oh my God, that's a breath of fresh air. Okay, well, cool. I got a better question to ask you then. Like, and then you actually end up not going through the same old rote bullshit. I'm not going to say it happens every time, but shit. Never know till you try. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I've only ever been the interviewer at, like, smaller teams, I should say, like, not necessarily a smaller company. Yes, I have conducted interviews. I tend to do practical interviews. So, number one, we weren't getting the best of the best. So I had to tailor what I would ask based upon practical knowledge and not give a shit about weird algorithm bullshit. If you're Google, you get too many people applying anyway, so you have to have some kind of filter. And algorithm bullshit is that filter. Right? The last time I conducted interviews, here's some of the questions I asked. And hold on, let me pour this. My favorite question to ask a senior front-end engineer, right? Keep in mind, like, this is purely for a senior. I wouldn't expect a junior to know this stuff. But at one point, I was a contractor interviewing other people for the role that I held within this company. They didn't tell me I was doing that, but I kind of just knew I was, because contractors are expensive and I get it. I ended up working for that company afterwards because there was, like, a little, like, thing in the contract saying that they could hire me. The company fucked up by not redoing that contract. That was their fault. And it was a major bump up in salary for me. But basically, when I was interviewing people for my role, my first question was, in a React application or an Angular application or whatever, where would you want to identify and catch a 401 response and then log the user out? What is the place that you would do that? Let's say I'm making a request to the back end from a specific page. I get a 401 response back from that. What is the right way to handle logging that user out? Assuming that we are using JWTs. And yes, the answer is interceptors. Devils, you'd be surprised. I have actually chatted with really, actually, like, very experienced, like, engineers that didn't know that answer because they never touch that, because pretty much only one dev ever does that for a project and then they're done. I have the lucky aspect of I've always been the person to implement that because I'm a bit of like a starter. Like, I'm a greenfielder. My experience is in getting the project started and scaffolding it out to make people productive as we bring them onto the team or as we hand it off to the person that's better at closing. So I'm an opener. I'm pretty good at setting up a project, establishing, you know, how we do auth and all that bullshit. But I am definitely not as good at finishing a project. Meaning, like, let's only do the MVP stuff. Let's push back on the client, etc. Well, not yet. Devils, sorry. Like, what I was going to say is, getting that right or failing it, it's just a heuristic. And then more questions come. So yeah, you don't necessarily get the job or not get the job based upon that one question, because that would be a bad interview. And I have actually, we hired someone that failed that question. They ended up working on our back end instead. They were a really good engineer, though. But it was one of those things where, could they replace me? Well, that's a little tougher. They probably could have, but I'd have to train them up on it before I leave. So hold on, let me pour the rest of this. So does React do interceptors? Yeah, because think about it. React doesn't have any concern over the HTTP requests. You could use Axios, you could use Fetch, you could use anything you want, because React is not concerned with how that fetch happens. React is only concerned with rendering, because React is basically just the view layer. It isn't. It's a framework. But the main gist is that React is just the view layer, and how you fetch data is not React's problem. So you could write a wrapper around fetch that has interceptors. You could use Axios that has interceptors. I believe React Query has the concept of hooks, but they're basically interceptors. I would say not these days. Mr. Elfman, the most common greenfielded way of doing fetching in a React application is React Query. And React Query does its own hook stuff. No. Array of Hope. React is absolutely maintained. What? But yeah, React Query or TanStack Query is actually the preferred way of doing that kind of data fetching. The main reason is that React Query ends up doing caching and some of that stuff that for you to wire up to Axios, you'd be building out your own layer for it. The project that we're on right now, right? Let me go show you. I have the idea of these services. These services are where I do my interceptor logic, where I'm in this service, I'm wiring up the authenticated versus unauthenticated. I'm wiring up a whole bunch of this stuff. Definitely not Array of Hope. React is very maintained. They just pushed out React 19. What you may have heard is that Next.js is where a lot of the most modern React dev happens, right? React patterns in general end up in Next before they're even official on the React project. The reason for that is they can prove the idea with Next, and Next is more than happy to deprecate some bullshit and break people's builds because I don't know why. I don't understand why they're okay with that, but they totally do it. But yeah, Next.js is kind of where React proves out a bunch of their ideas, like React Server Components, etc. But React is still very much alive. They only go hand in hand because they work so closely together, right? And Next is the React meta framework. But at the end of the day, I still think React, the best use case for it is not using it with Next. The majority of applications do not need server-side rendering. No, so that's what you were hearing. Array of Hope. Create React app is garbage and throw it away. Never use Create React app again. What you would probably end up doing is looking at something else, such as Vite. Right? Vite has a starter for React that is what you would do if you're not going to use Next.js, basically. So if we look at React TS as a starter for Vite, bam. Here you go. So starting a new project, yeah, you're not going to do create React app anymore. You're going to do Vite. And then you're good. Astro Devils. So I brag about this all the time. Have you ever used Astro? One second. Let me just establish a bit of a context here. You have not used Astro. Okay, that's fine. So basically, Astro is a really nice like static site generator that allows you to do like islands for interactive content. But it is static by default, basically. They have some like server islands bullshit. I don't use that. I don't give a fuck. If I'm using Astro, I just want a static site with enhanced interactivity using client-side islands. Magic is such a beautiful pattern. Such a better experience than most other static site generators out there. However, when you were using Astro back in the day, they ended up using port 3000 just like Next.js. So you'd run into this thing where like you spin up an Astro project, but it still has like the Next.js like favicon because of browser caching. Here on stream, at one point, maybe some whiskey was involved, maybe I smoked some weed, I don't know. But inspiration hit, right? Like a lightning bolt. I realized that Astro needed their own port, different from other things, because, hey, we were seeing the wrong favicon. And I created a discussion piece over on the Astro like GitHub discussion board. Hey, you guys should change your port to 4321. Like 4321 blast off. Astro, very much like space themed. Their CLI tool is named Houston. I proposed the port 4321. I did that. Here on stream, live, like 2 years ago. It is my legacy to the world. You're welcome. If I never do anything as important, I at least did that. I know, it's not a big deal, but damn it, you know what? You got to take the little wins when you get them. Right here. Scaffolding your first Vite project. So the place where they're saying template view, you would pick any one of these templates instead. That's fine, Devils. I think class-based components are easier to teach. I think it's a better abstraction for learning. It's not better for bundle size and like performance and other BS, but man, as far as like teaching a front-end framework, I really think people would benefit from class-based first and then pivoting to hooks. I fully 100% believe that. The abstraction just makes sense. I mean, I think the biggest thing there, Devils, is that you can use class-based components inside of hook-based components just fine. So you don't even need to convert them. You know how I know that? We can go look at the definition of bar chart here. Bar chart props. Oh, hold on. We had a better example. What if we go to, what is it, box props? Damn it. All right, so I forgot how we got there. Shit. All right, well, I don't remember how we got there previously, but after clicking through a bunch of definitions here in recharts, we discovered that recharts is using class components still. Hold on, recharts bar chart. There it is. Bam. Scroll down, and all of a sudden, you can realize that they still have all these hooks. That's how you can identify a class-based component in production or in your dev process as a dependency. Well, no matter what, you would end up refactoring how you do your routing and all that. And then you just import the component. I don't know. I would say just give it a try. Just try. You know? This is the internet. You can just do stuff. But yeah, what I'm getting at is I have a fully hook-based project in which I am importing class-based components. And they just work. They just work. That's what I'm getting at. So, you know. See, I don't know about Next. I don't use Next.js. I haven't used Next.js for anything serious for over 2 years. Basically, the moment they went really heavy on like the RSC like hype train, I don't find RSCs that valuable either. It's just not the way I build applications. It's not like the pattern I use it for. I just don't care. SSR is an edge case that they're trying to push as the common case. And I don't believe it. I'm sorry. I disagree. This is one thing where like Theo and I just fundamentally disagree, and it's okay. I think one of the big things that I've recognized about why we disagree is the type of applications he builds and where he segments his data fetching. I am very much, I only fetch data at the top level of a route. And everything else is presentational. Because of that, it means I don't worry about like waterfall, like requests. It all happens at the top. But Theo will happily make a request from within a nested part of his application, from within a component. If he's using Relay, that gets hoisted to the top anyway, and it's fine. But if you're not using Relay, then it doesn't get hoisted, and then you're dealing with like the waterfall anyway. But RSCs maybe solve a little bit of that. I don't know. So Teddy leads to performance issues. What leads to performance issues? Sorry, like I just said a bunch of things. The context isn't apparent for a lot of these questions, and that's my fault. So real quick, what if the request depends upon user input? Even then, that request happens from the top, and I just pass a callback through the component tree. If I really, 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 really want to avoid prop drilling, then I pass the callback through context. I would rather have a little bit of prop drilling over nested HTTP requests. Yeah, individual loading states is actually totally fine. And you know what? Like with React Query or something that like lets you have that loading state from just making the request, all that stuff gets solved for you like really easily. In my opinion, like your route is rarely more complex than like 2 or 3 levels deep of like components that care about HTTP requests. And the rest is just presentational. I don't mind drilling a couple props 2 levels deeper than the route. I think that's an easier pattern to recognize and debug. Personally. Where is this data happening? Like this data fetch happening? Well, you know the route from the URL. You go find that route and you see all of the requests that could possibly happen right there at the top level. I find that so much easier to debug. To me, the route is like the fundamental abstraction of an application. I tend to use Yotai. I like Yotai because it's like atomic without being proxies. I find proxies, like, sure, they might be fast. And when I say proxies, you might actually be more familiar with the term signals. Proxies and signals are nice, but because of the way the proxy is wrapping things that you can't like directly subscribe to it, it creates a foot gun in which you could easily make the mistake of having a use effect depend on the proxy rather than the value it resolves to. And that ends up creating like infinite loops all over the place that are really annoying. Like, it's easy enough when you find it, you fix it, cool, no problem. But shit, when you run into that infinite loop and you gotta like crash and restart that tab, that is a major break in your flow as a developer. So yeah, I really dislike proxies because of that one like foot gun. Sure, could I be a better dev? Could I have linting help me with that? Yes. There's all sorts of stuff that could be done for it, but you'll find that a lot of projects don't have that. And even for like smaller projects you're making yourself, you don't go through the effort of setting that up. So yeah, I don't know. I've worked on enough projects that use proxies for their data mechanism. One of the things I used to really like was NanoStores, which is by the NanoID guy. If you don't know who the NanoID guy is, NanoStores, NanoID, Auto Prefixer, Post CSS, like all written by Andrei Sitnik. This guy right here. AI. Like his name is AI on GitHub. That's how long he's been making things that changed our lives, you know? Like, it's genius. He's brilliant. The best part is, I've actually had a chance to chat with him after he spoke at Seattle JS. And he was, you know, he might have had the beer in him, but he was so adamant, like, auto prefix should have been after prefix. Like, I can't do his accent. I'm doing like a German accent. He's got like a Russian accent. You're right, I'm not following, because like, okay, fine, I'll do it. Like, GitHub is not a social media platform. I'm surprised that people even follow me. Like, why? Ukrainian? Okay, my bad. Describing an accent as Russian when they're from Ukraine. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I ended up doing like the Arnold accent. I can't do a Russian accent. I have no idea how. But basically, he was yelling. Go for it. I'm okay with it. He was yelling about how auto prefixer should have been after prefixer, right? Because it's just, you know, it happens after the fact. It's from post CSS, and you're prefixing it after things happen. Like, oh my God, it's just so much better. And like, you know, like it's especially like poetic, like after prefixer, right? Like after and pre, like right next to each other is fucking hilarious. He didn't say all this verbatim, but like that's kind of what he meant when he was saying it. And it was really fun to just hear him rant about it a little bit. Like, just really fun. Like, yeah, very entertaining dude. It seems like he has a kid now. Maybe he's mellowed out. I don't know. I don't know. So here's the thing, Devils. In a team, I'd actually say Zustand or Redux are the way to go. Because those patterns are something you can dictate. If you're using something like Yotai, or even like nanostores or any like prefix like signal based thing, there's a lot of just like loosey goosiness to it. Whereas Zustand provides a little bit of structure, but less than Redux at least, right? I actually proposed a talk for React Miami about the various types of state management, right? You got something that is like store based, like Zustand or Redux. You got something that is, signal based or proxy based. And then you got something that is like purely like primitive based, like Yotai. The fact that like Poimanders, or I don't know how to pronounce their name or whatever, but the same team that makes Zustand also makes Yotai and also makes Valtio. All three of them are just the three different paradigms. One is the Redux store, one is proxies, that's Valtio, and the other is atomics, like Yotai. So really, like, if you just pick something by Poimanders, you'll have something you like, but you get to pick and choose which one. So Zustand, Valtio, Yotai. I used to be really into like nanostores. I even ported nanostores to Lua. But at the end of the day, I would typically prefer something from Poimanders. Let me show you something real quick. And we're basically in rant mode. I should probably order some Indian food. Let's do that. I'm going to order Indian food before I get too deep. Because, man, you talked about Indian food earlier. I want some butter chicken. I did dishes today. I deserve it. I'm going to update them to the hot because the last one wasn't hot enough. So garlic naan, butter chicken, hot instead of medium hot. If it's too spicy, I'll just deal with it. There it is. All right, order placed. All right, so now I gotta pee. I'm sorry. I just realized I have to pee as well. Oh, no, you're not wrong, actually. I'm not talking. Okay, sorry. So we basically got a 40-minute timer on stream before my food gets delivered. I'll be here tomorrow. I'll try and start nice and early tomorrow because I don't have work tomorrow. So that'll be great. But okay. Hold on. What was I leaving off on? Oh, I wanted to show one thing in my code, but before I got there, hold up. You mentioned calling the food place and doing an Indian accent. Here's a question. I'm not sure how old you are, Devil Eyes or Devil's Eye, but do you remember the movie Short Circuit? Okay, that's fine. Well, this is going to be less poignant, but who here in chat also remembers the movie Short Circuit? Anybody out there? Bueller? If not, you guys have homework. All right, well, at least David remembers the movie Short Circuit. X Factor does too. Do you remember the character named Ben? Yeah, no disassemble, right? Yeah. Johnny Five alive. Damn right. The character Ben in Short Circuit wasn't Indian. Not Indian whatsoever. It was a total case of brown face. It was a white dude putting on brown makeup. That actor is the same actor that played the Plague in Hackers. He's also the same actor that played the restaurant critic in Always Sunny in Philadelphia. The actor was Fisher Stevens. That's the dude that played Ben in Short Circuit. Oh, I guarantee it. I know for a fact he regrets every single bit about that. I don't know for a fact, but holy shit. Yeah, you know this actor. He's great. He's actually a really good actor. He was he was one of the Koopa brothers in Super Mario Brothers the movie. Like, he's been in a bunch of shit. But he played Ben in the Short Circuit films. He played an Indian with one of the most stereotypically racist Indian accents you've ever heard. Like, way worse than Ben Kingsley and Gandhi. Way worse. Anyway, just had to shout that out. But real quick, hold on. So I don't know if they still use this. I hope they don't. We'll figure it out. But I wanted to show you something about how my state management worked for a tic-tac-toe game. This here is yotai, right? Atomic state. So I create an atom for a type called game. I create an atom for the current game state. I create an atom for all sorts of stuff. The thing is that you might see is, well, yeah, I have my base state right here of the game state. I get that game state.game. Inside of the setters, I get the game state. Within the current game results state, I also get the current game state. What this getter is doing is actually like wiring up derived state. So when we finally get to, right, like, well, is this current round done? Do we have a winner? Right? Like, all of this state is actually derived from some of the base level stuff, which means when one of these things changes, it can change all of these other states, and I only have to subscribe to the thing I actually need within a certain state. So I can figure out who's the current player. right? Whose turn is it? Like all that stuff. It means that my entire like game logic for the views becomes really simple. Because I'm just subscribing to the current player if the current round is finished, right? I'm just using these atoms that derive from all of these other things. No. So keep in mind, get is just a get of an atom. All of this stuff is purely client side. There's no API involved, I think. I'm pretty sure there's no API involved for this. Get is simply about getting another atom, and that get function subscribes to that atom so that when the atom that we depend on changes, the next one updates. So derived state from like smaller atomic values means that like we can subscribe to the highest level thing we care about. Right? You'll notice I'm not subscribing to the base level game state. I'm only subscribing to the high level stuff that this view only cares about. So that is where like atomic state and derived state is really powerful. Like my logic for this, if I was using standard like other types of state, I would have had like 10 different use effects here. And it does turn out, yes, I do have a game state on the server. That was part of the thing, right? Like I'm doing a fetch. Sure. I'm doing a fetch because I think that was part of the constraints. I forget. But my entire like use effect logic is reduced down to two things, like two use effects. Otherwise, all of this derived state would have been use effects subscribing to other state to update local state to do some junk, you know? Like really, really, really powerful. The derived state saved me from use effect hell. Right? And it makes this entire like game declarative at that point. Right? All of this rendering is now declarative rather than procedural, which is how like use effects end up feeling a lot of the time. So yeah, Yotai, fucking magic. I love it. It's my favorite way to actually express state within applications if I'm the only person working on it. When it comes down to working on a team, you could actually extract all of this like state into parts of a Redux store or a Zustand store or whatever in a way that they also subscribe and update each other. Like all of these patterns are doable in any of these other things. It's just more like, are you familiar enough with the pattern to set that up right? You can make all of this derived state happen inside of a Zustand store as well. You just simply have to like understand the abstraction enough. So that's the big thing there, David, right? Like if you're using TanStack query or React query, then you no longer have to worry about a whole bunch of like state stuff that you end up storing in Redux or Zustand at that point, right? Because TanStack query is taking hold of caching and a bunch of that BS. So really, I would say, yeah, like TanStack query or React query are actually state management libraries, more so than just data fetching. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at, Devils. One person has to be aware of and deal with the Zustand state, and you just set it up and they got it. When it comes to derived state, there ends up being a lot of like tribal knowledge, and that's a little tougher. So yeah, anyway, love these conversations. I'm really looking forward to this Indian food, but it's not here yet. So let's continue to like dig into what's going on with our endpoints here. So yeah, this part doesn't matter. Let's get rid of that. Tonight's game of choice. I don't know, like, I just got to like the second iteration of like the core game in Path of Exile 2. And I optimized my build a bit to where I'm doing like massive amounts of damage. It'd be nice to play the game with some people, so I might reach out to like the other crew. Like, see if they want to play some game. Maybe, like, reach out and see if they want to play some Pal World or something. I don't know. Doesn't hurt to ask. But yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't mind burning myself out on Path of Exile 2 because I really, really want to be ready to play Avowed or Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 when they release. So I kind of want to get PoE 2 out of my system enough to give those games like their proper like due diligence. Yeah, see, I'm not into the Souls-likes, which is rich because like PoE 2 is just like a Diablo Souls-like at this point, with all like the dodge rolling and bullshit. But I don't know. It's different enough. Here's the thing. Just because I don't like it doesn't mean I don't think it should exist. Ghost of Tsushima is pretty forgiving? Really? All right, I might give it a shot eventually. We'll see. I don't know. I'm really not into Souls-likes. Is there like an easier level than normal? It's more of just a regular action RPG. All right. Here's my biggest thing. Does it have like sane respawn points? That's what I actually reach for. That's the thing I care about. If I die, am I right back there doing it, you know? Like, I bet the story is good. I bet all that's good. But if you die, are you right back where you were, or do you got to run half the map again? Because I just fully hate a game that punishes you for dying and messes up, like, the inherent game loop, you know? Okay, so if you die in Ghosts, you're there. All right. So I could actually give it a shot. Yeah. That sounds really good to me. That's one of the things that I really like about, like, have you guys played Hotline Miami or Hotline Miami 2? Those games do a really good job of making the loop just fast and fun, and you're right back into it. It's punishing, it's tough, it's hard. You're going to replay the same level, the same map or whatever 20 times at least before you get it and you get the pattern, right? And sometimes RNG gets you. But you're like, it's so quick to get right back to where you were, right? Like the respawn points and like the map start is within 30 seconds of where you were, right? It's fast paced, it's tough, it's a hard game, you know, but like, yeah, Hotline Miami 2 is my, like Hotline Miami and Hotline Miami 2 are like the perfect example of a hard game that is still approachable. Like some games are punishing just for the sake of being punishing. Like fucking Armored Core. Dude. Fuck Armored Core. Like the latest one. Dude. You fight the boss and then it puts you back 15 minutes. So every single like boss fight is 15 minutes of your time. The boss fight itself might be 30 seconds before you fuck up, but then you're dealing with like 15 minutes of bullshit to get back to where you were. Dude, fuck Armored Core. That's how I feel Elden Ring is. That's how I feel like most of like Dark Souls games are. You die at a Dark Souls boss and you're running back half the map. I heard Elden Ring is better about that, but still not great. It's tougher with Elden Ring because everything's like, you know, one big world. But yeah, the amount of like bullshit you got to run through after like dying in a boss fight. You're not just right there to do the boss again. No, you got to do some bullshit. Yeah, I hate a game that makes you do that. So yeah, that's my main complaint. I just don't like a game that doesn't respect my time. Like, be a hard game, I get that, right? Like, sure, make me die on the boss, but let me respawn right before that fucking boss. You know? So PoE does that really well. Throne and Liberty? I don't know. I don't think I got far enough in Throne and Liberty to actually, like, have a boss fight that was hard. Like, Throne and Liberty, like, yeah, no, like, all of it was good. Like, I do remember dying on a boss or two, but you're, like, right there if you die. You're not running back half the map. Yeah, but if you die on that boss, you're right back on that boss. Like, you're not having to run back from town or some bullshit, right? That's what I'm getting at, like a ray of hope. Like, if you, like, what if you died on a boss in Throne and Liberty and it sent you all the way back to town and you had to run back to that boss? That'd be a terrible fucking experience. But that's how I feel like Souls-likes actually tend to be. Like, yeah, Armored Core is exactly that. You restart basically the entire map. Right? There's no checkpoints. There's the start of the mission. You start back at the start of the mission. Armored Core fucks that up so badly. Like a terrible user experience. Just the worst. Classic WoW? Yeah, I'd say WoW is also one of those games that just does not respect your time. Like old school Mario. Yeah, sure, man. That's not a game I want to play. VConf 2024? I feel like it already happened because 2024 is basically done. You know that, right? The other big thing about VConf is it's typically like all online. So you could go rewatch the entire thing right now. Like, it's just right there, man. So if you're curious, like, yeah, you can go watch it right now, man. Now, VConf 2025, well, okay. Let's see what I can do. Like, maybe I can get a talk accepted. But man, looking at this list, Evan Yu, it's a little hard to read all of it. Jason Miller, Matthias Billman, like the Netlify guy. Shai Resnick. Yeah, like really solid like list. Pretty cool. I will say this Baker's is really good. Yeah, Baker's single barrel 107 proof is a little strong for me. But yeah, Baker's bourbon. Really not bad. Yeah, really good. Well, I mean, a ray of hope. You just mix Coca-Cola with it and you're good, right? Oh, X Factor. I mean, there's the hoodie I wore yesterday. You remember that one, right? I'll be wearing that one tomorrow and the day after, but also with my most festive beanie. You'll have to show up tomorrow to find out what one that is. X Factor, you probably know what one that is, right? What's the most festive beanie? Oh, I mean, if you don't remember it, you just got to show up tomorrow. Bummer. Woe is you. No, it's not a Santa hat. It's even better. It's so much better than a Santa hat. Your ex-teammate did a talk in CNCF. I gave a talk at Open Feature Summit at KubeCon. No, you're just gonna have to show up tomorrow and find out. You'll just have to show up tomorrow and find out. Ah, oh, damn. Did Atota not get the win? Damn, the Green Bay defense fucking killed it, and they held the New Orleans Saints to a shutout. Yeah. Damn. Dude, Atota and Danielle were in a fight for their life. Oh, that was good. Oh, man. I think it's over. I think it's fully over, right? Well, I don't know. Josh Jacobs could get some points. But, dude, the fact that New Orleans isn't doing shit. And I think Green Bay has the ball right now, so they're just going to run out the time. Damn. Sorry, Atota. I was rooting for you. Hold on 1 second. You don't know anyone that's on the Green Bay Packers anymore? Aaron Jones is their running back now. Josh Jacobs, actually. Hold on. Aaron Jones is on Minnesota now. Yeah, my bad. Brain fart. Yeah, they switched up their running backs. They got Josh Jacobs from the Raiders, which I think was a good trade. And they traded out Aaron Jones because he's getting old. I think Green Bay did a really good job. Their quarterback just, I'd say their quarterback is a bit meh. I mean, Darnell Mooney has gotten me major amounts of points this year. You know. What up, Ayush, man? I got Indian food coming, butter chicken, obviously. And, we're just waiting on it to be delivered. So we're kind of biding our time. If we're looking at what we got going, I got to figure out why. No, I already said butter chicken. You just weren't listening. That's on you. I already said it. You just didn't want to hear it. Yeah, we got to figure out why our fixtures endpoint is not giving us all of these, like, created accounts. Right? If we comment out everything else, it totally works. So yeah, we got to figure out like why our scaffolding, right? Like our fixture data, like we fanned it out. We're no longer dealing with the timeout issue, but we're running into the fact that if I do a query, well, hold on. I just killed the API, so it'll be 0. But just as an example, using the NoSQL workbench, if I do all of the other scaffolding besides just the accounts, we only get like 8 or 9 of them instead of like the 100. That doesn't dox my address, right? Okay, cool. Hold on. No, definitely not. Like, hold on. It's fine now, which is good. But holy shit, dude. This is what DoorDash just showed me. Oh, shit. Hold on. See, like, I need to get ready. Yeah, for the butter chicken. That is what DoorDash just showed me. Not ideal. Right? Exactly. Like, yeah, I don't think I'm getting this anytime soon. But no, they're actually on the way and they're close. I know, right? Oh, map is still showing me that shit. All right, so I'm gonna just assume that it's actually on the way and we're okay. And we need to figure out who to go raid. Because holy shit, dude. Like, dude, DoorDash is freaking out right now. It keeps zooming out. All right, so who we gonna go raid? I'm letting the lyrics go because I gotta find someone to raid. More importantly, wait, is Danny Stem like doing like Christmas cooking stuff or something? Let's do it. We're gonna go raid Danny Stem. Is my address doxed? I mean, do you see an address there? Unless I missed it, like, what, are you seeing that I live in, like, Washington? No, I think we're good, man. They're not showing my whole address, right? Unless I missed it. Like, I tell people where I live, you know? I live in Washington State, in Redmond. You still don't know my full address, right? Yeah, no, you know where I'm at. Like, no, that's easy. Yeah. If you can figure out where I live exactly based upon that dot, you deserve it. No, that's the whole thing. Like, no, we're good. We're set. But yeah, we're gonna go raid Danny Stem. Everyone on YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. See y'all again soon. Wait, are you here in Redmond? Jello? Hey, yeah, let's hang out. Let's chat more tomorrow. But let's go say hi to Danny Stem. YouTube, later.